All right, today I'm going to do something that is pretty tricky. Well, tricky for me anyways, because I've never done it before. I'm going to install the Big Worm stripe on my car. Going with a gloss black and red pinstripe. You know, originally when I went to buy my Shelby, I didn't want it with the stripe. Also, because it's 2020, all the orders were in, you couldn't custom order anyway. So I wanted iconic silver and it was hard to find. So I ended up buying the first R I could get my hands on in iconic silver, and it didn't come with a stripe. Now I like it without the stripe, but I also feel like it's missing something. Just Shelby wise, it just feels wrong not to have a stripe. My Oxford white one in 2016 had a stripe, and this one doesn't. So I bought the Big Worm kit. It's a really good value, and it's supposedly better vinyl than what comes from Ford. So it's a really good price, better vinyl, and you know, geez, I think the one from Ford's 800 bucks. So, and this was $250 with the pinstripe. So anyways, I'm gonna give it a shot. Now, the way they recommend doing it, so here's how the kit comes, by the way. It's really well done, packed nice, everything's labeled, you know, lower, front bumper, driver's side, like every single piece is labeled. The way they have you do it, you know, it looks pretty simple. They essentially have you just measure to the center of your hood using a tape, and then you tape the whole template basically on your hood, and you get it aligned that way. I'm trying to do a little bit next level on that and actually use a laser. So I don't think this is going to come through on video very well. In fact, let me turn the light off and see what that looks like. Hit the garage light. So I have a laser, and I'm only doing this because I already have a laser, right? It's at my in my toolkit already. So it's a self-leveling laser. You know, it's kind of for like doing construction, not this kind of thing. And it's tricky to, I'm trying to go perfect center line down the car, even with you know, right down the middle of the XM antenna, through that slight bevel in the hood, and it's actually tricky to get that lined up. You end up just barely tapping it around to get that lined up. That actually looks really good as far as being in alignment with the lower fascia along with the hood. Oh, and it stopped. Oh no. Just touching it, I'm gonna mess up the alignment. I don't know why it turned off. It looks like I'm just a hair off the middle of the hood. I'm going to use the laser to help me lay the template out. Now I know this isn't coming through. The laser lines probably are, but anyways, you get the idea. You do not have to do this laser bit. I have it, so I'm giving it a shot. I may abandon it. It's pretty tricky, but I believe I've got this perfectly centered. So let me get the light back on. Talk about the next steps. That's interesting. It's just a tiny bit off. See, it's perfect on the lower fascia, and up on the hood it's just like a 1/16 off that bevel. I'm just gonna, ooh, okay, little tap, dead perfect. Now let's see if I'm still aligned with the back fin. It's hard to see on silver. Let's see if I can see it from different angles. I can see it hitting right along that edge right there. Okay, so that's the idea there. Now the first thing we got to do is prepare the stripe. You want to make sure there's absolutely zero grime, no oils, no anything. In fact, if your car's older, and you know, this one, I actually clay barred it before I did a paint correction on it not too long ago. Did my own paint correction. So mine, you can feel there's no scratchiness whatsoever, so I don't need to clay bar it. But you do want to go over it one more time with some alcohol, or I actually have a ceramic coat prep solution that I use. It's called Geon's the brand, and it's just called Q2M Prep. It basically just grease remover, any oils, just gets waxes, things like that off of your paint. So I'm gonna go through that process really quickly now. Just wipe down all the center area. I'm not gonna wipe down the whole car, just the areas I'm working on. All right, I'm gonna switch to point of view mode and put this thing on my head. All right. I'm probably going to speed up the video for when I do these sections. Basically just once I have enough product on the towel, I just wipe it down. Won't need to spray so much. It's a really cool product too, this stuff. You don't want any contaminants. And Big Worm has a method to check and test that it's going to stick, and it's basically that you get some masking tape and test a few spots and see how well the tape sticks. If the tape sticks really well, then you're good. I think that this laser is going to help me just get the template put on the car, but then I won't need it. It's a little bit frustrating. You have to basically, I don't think shooting the whole car is the best thing. You do sections, shooting for center, and just making sure that they align with the other sections also. But yeah, I'd be curious what you guys think. Does this, is a Shelby without that stripe? It's very much an identity thing for a Shelby. I like it without the stripe, but I still think it looks, it's almost like required. So on occasion, my GoPro just turns off, no rhyme or reason. Couldn't tell you why. Super frustrating. It's a brand new GoPro 9. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to take the license plate off. All right. Anyways, before my GoPro went off, I was asking what you guys' opinion is, whether a Shelby is one of the only cars that looks good on it with a stripe. That and Vipers. I think Vipers look good with stripes. But I think Camaros look bad with stripes. I love Camaros too, don't get me wrong. I just think they don't look as good with a stripe. What the hell was I doing? Oh yeah. So, in racing, I've been watching NASCAR because it starts earlier. Bahrain practice is this weekend for F1, so I enjoy watching F1 a lot, of course. I like both. They both have their things that are cool about it. I think F1's, I love engineering and what happens with engineering and all the improvements, but it's also made the racing a bit, I don't know, less interesting in F1. They're coming out some new rules that should make it more interesting. What? And when you're watching NASCAR, man, anyone can win, really, where that rarely is the case. Occasionally something interesting happens in F1, but for the most part, if you qualify first, you win. So now, I'm gonna start kind of taking this apart, understand what I'm working with here. These are the smaller sections. I'm gonna work, it says to start with the hood, that's the most critical. You're aligning everything with that. To me, the hood and the roof, if you get those perfect, the rest should fall in line fairly easily. Lower front. Top of front bumper driver's side. Nose, driver's side. So you can see this is top of bumper driver's side. So they're labeled really well. I'm gonna have to figure out, is it this way or this way? I'm assuming one of these. I don't like how they're cut. I mean, unless they're cut that way to match some angular body thing. That is white. Okay, this is the vinyl piece right here. Okay. I mean, is that to match some curve? Oh, it is. Okay. I'll get off their case. So it does match that curve, front of bumper driver side. So that would be right here. See how they're cut? This is right here. So there are pieces that have overlap. They say that you have overlapping of an 1/8 inch or 1/4 inch on the hood and this front fascia. So I'm guessing this guy will tuck down in there and all right. Sure hope they're cut with that in mind, you know, the shape. Okay, now these I'm gonna take the pinstripe off. Now I believe the pinstripes are always longer than you need, and you cut them to what you need. So for example, is that longer than the hood? The hood's gonna be the longest section. Oh yeah, definitely longer than the hood. That pinstripe's a lot thicker than I imagined the actual is. I'm sure it's fine, but it does surprise me a little. Obviously don't want to crease anything, so big circles. Don't roll it up all tight. And it says you can overlap the pinstripe a little bit over the black or even with the black. I'm gonna have to play with that and see what I like and what's gonna be easiest to do. All right, this is gonna be the hood and the hood front event. Oh yeah, so it's not one piece on the hood, it's two pieces. You know, I keep talking while I'm doing this, but I might just speed this whole thing up. Front of hood vent. Bottom rear bumper. Front of hood vent. See, you could see how this would help you align things. But I can tell it's not aligned with the upper hood. The question is, does that go up there? I'm gonna have to go look at a couple pictures. I am not sure if it goes over that edge or not. Thinking I might use this masking over, that's why I'm putting it on the table like this. Ah! This is going to be the roof, back of hood. So the question is, which side is the... All right, so I took a break from it, had to do some things, and I thought about it so much, I just thought of another thing I'm going to try and do. But before I do, I need to take this vent off on the front. The stripes do go right down into the vent, and so I need to take the vent off to make that happen. I think I've taken that off before. It's just a little bit of clipping and a screw. Or 7mm, I bet. No. 9. 9. 9. Hey boys. There's my pups. Where you going? They don't like when I wear this camera on my head. Don't drop that screw, Kelly, or that nut. Don't drop it. What's okay? So it looks like it's a I'm gonna get a closer look at that clip. It looks to me like you would just push that. Okay, I just don't want to break it. Don't want to break that. Is there something I need to do here? Let's see. Yikes, that's hard. Ow. I need something. That'll work. Okay, that one's out, that one's out. Oh, jeez. Just don't want to break it. Wow, that's harder than you think it's going to be. Okay. Loose, loose. Just got to get the middle one. Wow, this is super tight. Is there something else I need to do? Up, up. Feels like I'm putting an abnormal amount of pressure on it. These are definitely the ones that should be pushed open. Golly. Okay, that's off. Something is holding it unnecessarily tight. Wow, this is just surprisingly tight. Man, would really suck to break this, wouldn't it? Well, it's just not behaving like you think it's going to, or should. What the heck? Oh, there's glue, or 3M tape. All right, so now you know, there's 3M tape right here. So I have some of that kind of tape, a little different, but I'll put some on. Let's put this guy here. Do not want to lose that little screw. Let's put that right here. Okay. I need to figure out how I'm going to get some height on some things. So what it says now is you fold it back like so, You peel back and cut away excess. Oh, I just realized that's nice that they leave that the white, or sorry, there's a separation there. I was worried about that. How to keep that 1 inch across. I didn't even think that through. But that paper will keep it easy. So you cut off the extra paper. Like so. And it says be liberal with the water, spray everything down. Spray the vinyl down. And the vinyl, this side does have a tack to it, a little bit sticky. I've never done vinyl before, so if you guys already knew that, I didn't. Said you can't get too wet. Grab the squeegee. And then you lay it back down. And what you do is it says to do, just push it out slowly. And away from the middle, like so. It's right on the line. So even though the laser's a hassle, it gives you some peace of mind. I'm being very gentle right now. I'm not pushing hard or anything. I just need to right now make sure it's sticking well. Adding a little more pressure now. So this is one of the projects I was most stressed about, and it looks like it might turn out to be not so bad after all. So I'm going to peel back the paper now. Or try to. A little bit tricky. Thought that would come off easy. So, you're gonna have to reapply or push all the water out again, or air, after you get the paper off. The vinyl does feel thick. That's why they say to wet it down a lot, because I think the wetter the paper gets, it'll be easier. Oh, there we go. I'll hold it like this to... So Big Worm claims that they use a thicker vinyl than Ford does, and I won't know how to confirm that. Okay, this is not so bad. I'm putting quite a bit of, pulling pretty hard. The pinstripe's gonna feel nice and easy. Now you don't want to crease the vinyl, it says. Got an air pocket. So, all right. Let me just say I am not going to recommend a GoPro 9 to anybody. This thing has been a nightmare. As a tip, I would say maybe be a little more patient than I'm being on the wiping it out, because I did make a little bit of a wrinkle there that I'm going to use heat to make sure there's no oils or anything there. Okay, now I need a heat gun. That's gonna look nice when it's all done, the stripe. Bring out the Shelby in it. Kind of just rolling it, my finger. I believe what happens is it makes it so when it loosens up, and then when it gets cool, it tightens back up. Yeah, this stripe is nice. So my 2016, the stripes always look like they had like micro scratches on them. And this, I don't know, it seems like it wouldn't show that. I keep doing that. Okay, I just remembered what it said. It said to pinch the edges and push the material to the inside. So you push the edge, push it back this way. Anyways, what I was saying is my 16, I mean, even when it was brand new, it just had like micro scratches in the blue, and didn't like that. There's a couple spots I don't like how it looks. Okay, nice. There are some little tiny blims I'm seeing. See that? Now I clay barred the car. Yeah, that looks nice. Damn near looks painted, and by the time I'm done with it, with a polish followed up by ceramic, it's gonna look great. In fact, I'm very happy I chose black because I was thinking about doing blue, but I think it might show the scratches I was telling you about. Let's see how this looks. Plus, if you polish this black, I think it's going to literally look like it's painted. Now, I was going to just get stripes painted on until I started getting prices. Too much. See, the heat makes it want to curl on its own. I think for 250 bucks, Big Worm is a huge value. Nice. Okay. That is done. Now this next section, because I kicked that, whoops. This bumping the laser around is tricky. Huh. Gonna make a couple more measurements, mark it. Let's see here, let's go. .30 and 30.75. Ah. Am I the only one that hates asking for help? .31. 31 and 3/8. I'm gonna move this out of the way for a second. Going right across there. .61.5. So 30.5. Wait. 30. So 30.75 should be half. Ah, this is frustrating. Let's do this. Okay. Now, that section that goes there, hood vent, give us a good wipe. Okay, I definitely want it to go down into the vent, but overlap the hood enough. The small pieces might actually be more difficult because the video I watched of the Big Worm guy, it looks like he had to pull off these little pieces like 5 times to get them right. How am I gonna... aim with the crease here. Those little dots helped a lot. So I'm aiming with this. Definitely want to wrap the hood. This one, I won't lie, I'm doing a little eyeballing. Because things aren't perfect, right? The creases. Just doing some eyeballing to make sure everything works in the end. It's like tuning a guitar to itself, if you catch the reference. Okay, that goes down in. I've got enough to wrap the hood. This might be one of those you have to just take off and eyeball. It's so close. All right, here goes nothing. I just realized something. It'll be better to do down at the bottom. So the rest of the video, I'm definitely going to expedite the video, speed it along on all the rest. I think you get the idea now. At least, or I think I get the idea now. You guys probably got the idea long before I did. Okay. Shit. Crap, I should have separated this before I got it all taped up. I should have put on some tunes. Now I'm gonna eyeball. Bailey's downstairs making frames. I can hear the bandsaw. Oh, that's just the under paper. All right, now peel this back. I don't think I could be patient enough to be a XPEL, PPF installer. Oh man, couldn't even imagine. I'm sure you get really good at it, but this is tedious work. I wish that came apart easier. That makes it actually a little tough. Looks good, right? I'm going to go ahead and take this off now. Just go all the way. I think I've indexed enough to do that. Ah, the stupid spray bottle. This is the most rain this car's ever noticed. Man. Not bad. Oh, there's an air bubble right there. Dang it. What the? Not an air bubble, it's a piece of paper got in it. When you see an air pocket, you don't want to squish it to where you make a crease. I did that once up there and I was able to get it out. Get down in there. Boy, I've cut that kind of close on that. They should give a little more on this one because look, I'm just barely going under that. Just barely enough to wrap the edge. Okay, time for heat. So heat's kind of magic to solve little bumps. Got some air in there. Dang, I still got air. Whew. Yikes. All right. I'm going to call that a success. While I'm at it, actually, I don't want to put this on until I'm done with the pinstripe. Good, good. Whew. That's tiring. All right, now this is for the license plate. Trunk. I assume this is the roof. I want to check real quick if they, because the 2020 has a larger FM radio antenna. In fact, I don't like it. It's obnoxiously hard or large. Okay, they did. I was worried that it wouldn't have the right cutout for that, because the 2020 looks different than the 19, or maybe it's the 18. So good. This is going to be pretty easy, actually, the top. Well, I can tell already I'm a little bit imperfect on being perfectly in the center. I can see it. So it's going to bug me, but I have a feeling no one will notice. Just a little bit, tiny bit off. I would say about 1/8 of an inch. I would like to know what you guys think. I'm actually considering doing an electric blue stripe. It'd be it's kind of like Mexico blue, if you know what Mexico blue is. So, I don't know, in some years' time I might change to a blue stripe. Okay, let's... I see a little bit I need to fix still. Yeah. Ah, what was that? The heat does well to get the little tiny bumps kind of massaged away. Yikes. See how close that was? Jeez. Could have spared me a little bit more. Lower front bumper driver side, top of bumper driver side, top of bumper passenger side. Okay, let's see how this goes. Little bumps in there. Keep working them, you get them out. All right. Top of front bumper. Huh? That's not big enough. Not even close. Front. Oh, you know what? Top of front bumper passenger. This has got to be down here. That's all that's got to be. Lower front bumper. Oh my gosh. front nose. Okay, they're calling that nose, not top of rear bumper. Okay, nose. Driver's side. Yeah, it's not that way. What? The cut edge I guess because it goes to the center. And it's beveled like that. Huh? That doesn't really make sense to me. I've been touching that a lot, so let's... That's gonna bug me a little bit. Now this is not a situation where I'm gonna need to tape it. This is gonna be all eyeballing. No grease on it. Driver's side nose. See the side that's cut. I'm not sure I understand that. Got hit by something. Nose, driver's side. I'm surprised that's just not a straight cut. That's what I'm not understanding. Where did my... Okay. Oh my gosh. Let's get it on there a little bit. Really on there, the paper. So the backside has a almost like small texturing to it. So obviously you need to overlap the top just a hair. Tricky. Now I understand why the video, even the Big Worm employee would look like he was struggling with the smaller pieces. Overlapping the top just a little bit. Now I'm going to be obsessed with staring at other people's cars, looking at the factory install versus my own. I wonder if they use people to do it. Someone probably knows that answer. Hmm. There we go. Work from one side to the other. If your finger's burning, you're doing the right amount of heat. Okay, that's pretty good. One more heating. All right, back to it. So I'm a little bothered that it's two pieces for this. I swear you could have done it in one piece of vinyl. And the way that's cut, it's like, am I supposed to overlap it? Because if I was supposed to overlap it, I would have done this piece first. It's raining. Nice. Taking a break. All right. That looks a little goofy. Ah. When people see this car, they're looking at so many things, they won't notice a little bit of things not quite right. I still think that the Big Worm kit's a huge value for 250 bucks. It's better vinyl, taking their word for that. And then the Ford kit's 800 bucks, and I swear it scratches easy. Like this does seem like better vinyl than was on my Oxford white. All right, now I have to decide if I'm overlapping, trying to align it. Ugh. Gonna have to overlap, right? God, I'm not happy with that. Just gonna hang it and see what it looks like. All right. No one's gonna be able to tell. Although I just realized I could literally lift up the bottom edge of the previous one, tuck this underneath it. I'm actually gonna do that. As much trouble as I had with this piece. Just a little bit though, I'm not going for extreme overlap. Just a little. Let's see if I can make this work. Maybe it doesn't stick to itself very well. Oh gosh. I am not the most limber person. So that almost disappears completely, but I got a little edge over here, but I don't over there, so I have to work on that. Dousing it just to get any particles washed off of it. I'll tell you, if you have patience to watch this whole video, you're a patient person. That actually, you know, I thought I'm just going to call Big Worm, tell him I wasn't happy with this piece, but this is kind of working out all right. A little overlapping. God, I keep feeling like dirt or something. That actually looks really good. That was the call. That didn't turn out very good down there. Okay. I don't know why this is being so tricky down there. Okay, let's lift this guy up. Shit, Kelly. Look at how that's cut. I think the cuts from Big Worm could have been better. Some of them have an arc on them that don't make sense. Shit. No, that's not good. The other one was just below here. You see that? It's just a hair wider. Or do I have this upside down? I had it right. Shoot. Ow! Look at that. Shit. Yeah, not happy with this part of the kit. Look at that mismatch. I don't know, man. I don't know. I am going to let him know that a lot of these cuts were rounded off, had an arc on them, and they weren't straight. So I've got a kit coming from Bamaro Films for the door number. I don't know, I'll run a track season with this. On the car, and I'll probably be switching. I'm not pleased with this. Not at all. This does not look good right here. I keep feeling like sand. Oh, really? Really? These are tricky. You're gonna have to work it back real slow. There we go. There we go. Gal. Can't wait to get to the roof. It's going to be a lot easier, I think. Now these pieces shouldn't be awful. Lower driver side. Oh, I gotta stand up and look at things. Ugh. Oh yeah. Your eye can't notice things when you get it all together. pinstripes on. There's a few missing, slightly not, these kind of tapered in at the bottom. I should have kept those pulled apart a little bit, but it's okay. Sure looks good. Once it's polished, stripes on it, dang, it's gonna be cool. Pinstripe, I mean. This one shouldn't be bad. Lower front passenger side. Let's see, I tuck that in there. That's gonna be a little tricky. It's almost like I need to start down there. I do need to run a line again real quick. What the? The heck is going on here? Oh. It's a lot harder than it looks to line up a laser to do this, because you got the angle this way, that way, and just getting the axis right. Shit. It has this ability to level on when you aim at a wall, but it has to be sitting pretty flat. Okay. Definitely going to be speeding this video up. Getting a really good rainstorm. So if I were to do this again, I wouldn't use the laser or even attempt to do that. I would just measure back and forth with the tape 50 times if I had to, marking reference points. I think that that's the point. Hey boys. Oh, don't hit my laser. Don't hit my laser. Hear the rain?
Huh?
Hear the rain?
No.
Go let them out back. I bet they'll be crazy.
You guys want to go outside? Let's go. A widow is a woman. A widower is a male, right?
I don't know. Okay, gotta bend that up. I want it right up next to the grill. Ah, I wish you could spray it with almost like a soapy solution, but they said not to. Ah, crap. Shit. Getting good at eyeballing it. I could see getting good at this. I wouldn't make any money at it because I'd be so slow. Shit. Well, this is a 2-day job. I'll have brakes and springs done by the weekend. Okay, I gotta sit different. Gonna be sore tomorrow. Sitting on the floor is hard when you're my age. gosh. Ha! The fuck? All right, time to do the top. Alrighty. Got the dry erase. This one seems like it should be easier, but crap. Being short makes this hard. You need to be 6 feet tall to do this job. Still finding rubber on the car from the track day. Okay. Now how am I gonna get center? Let's see. God, it won't hook on anything. All right, I had my wife help me make some measurements. I gotta think of a better way to do this. Made some marks. Wait, what side? Oh yeah, duh. This actually makes figuring it out a little easier. I put a piece. There. All right, my camera turned off.
I've got a house right now that was built in the 20s, and like,
But same as I did on the hood, I cut it halfway, peeled it all back.
So the problem with that 50%, right, isn't that you can't have 50% more energy when you go home. Because if you look at the overall amount of energy, it's
This went on really easily.
like 20 light bulbs, 100-watt light bulbs back in the day of incandescents. It's like 20 incandescent light bulbs always running.
Yeah.
That's how much energy we're putting
It's
out.
not that much when it sounds.
That's not that much.
That's that much more efficient now.
A lot of things are super efficient now compared to the past. But it's not 20 light bulbs always, right? It's a bunch of light bulbs.
Oh, I just realized something.
For a very brief
Whoops.
period of time in an electric car.
I gotta take it back from here.
It's very high for a very short period. So
Forgot about that.
how you spread that out is everyone can't charge at the same time, right? Because if everyone gets home from work at 5:30, plugs their car in, and everyone's running 8 kilowatt chargers, like, nope, it's gonna shut down.
You shut down an entire city. Basically.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you can't do that. But there are, I have a friend who works in the
Gotta be careful, this bows in. You can't put too much weight on it.
and one of the cool things they're working on, and I know some people will be against this, but it's an opt-in thing, not like you're forced to do this. But it's a solution. You can have the city pay to install your EV charger at your home, and in return, they get to coordinate when you can charge. So that's, if you have a ton of money, that's probably something you're gonna avoid.
Right.
But putting in a charger is like $1,500 depending on where it has to go. So it can be expensive.
But they only keep power when it's the cheapest to them.
Well, no, not necessarily. They use that so that peak, when everyone gets home from work, they can say, okay, not everyone.
God.
Yeah.
We can wait until 8 p.m. or 9 p.m.
Right.
Yes, exactly.
I get it. Okay. So,
Yes.
so they'll pay to install your charger, but you get a little delay of days when you plug in. Your shit doesn't necessarily start juicing right away. Right. You like that. Right.
Right. And so there are ways to do it. And there are ways where it's like, okay, if you know that you need those 12 hours of charging, right? Like, you're going to be very angry about that. But that's not everyone's scenario.
No,
Some
of
people
course.
might not care.
Of course.
So if you don't care and you only need 2 hours,
Yeah, my personal use case is like not a regular commute. You know what I mean? And then like now that we're talking about a shift to at least a significant portion of telework, right? Even if the
Yes.
people do quote go back to the office, like the people I know who work in offices, it's probably going to be more like 2 days a week in the office, 3 days a week at home. So the total miles driven could definitely be reduced over time, and the flexibility of the charging could be increased. Like
Yes.
accelerated by growth.
yes. And so it's like...
This is frustrating.
Saying, oh yes, no problem. That's a lie. Saying it's this inevitable, there's no way we can solve this problem, that's a lie. But there's somewhere in the middle where it can happen, right?
Oh, it does split there.
It's an unsolvable problem either. I think that I've always maintained this is it's a problem that is so large and significant that we need like an interstate highway system, New Deal level of investment at the government level, saying that look, it's a priority of our country to have a better, stable EV power grid that everybody can access, not just people with chargers at their homes, right? Because people who live in apartment buildings, that's a lot of people. You want other people to have the opportunity, And so I just have been
Ah, the sprayer.
speed and bureaucracy and that kind of thing. And people go, nah, just let the private industry do it, and then it becomes just a money grab. Or worse, proprietary charging tech. Like, good for Tesla for building superchargers, but like, kind of like, fuck you for making them proprietary. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, so two things that give me like mild hope in humanity. First, so if we look at energy production in the US, in 1960, it was less than 1 trillion kilowatt hours. So today it's over 4. Yeah, but we were at 4 times, we were at 5 times what it was in 1960 by the year 2000. So in 40 years, we upped energy production by 5 times.
Okay.
That's a pretty strong growth rate.
Now we fucked the planet up very badly in the process.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. That's what we do.
I know that sounded snarky and shitty, but that was a genuine question. Because I was prepared for him to come back actually and say, no, the power generation is actually cleaner now, and so we actually are not fucking the planet up worse, but I think maybe we are.
Well, I believe it is cleaner.
Yeah, it's gotten cleaner over the last few decades, right, Jason? But
Yes,
since like
2000.
2008 with coal.
It was gnarly.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, in the process, we definitely fucked the planet up. But to produce 5 times or 4 point whatever times the power now, is that fucking the planet up 4 times worse every year than it was in the 60s?
That's a good question. So I'm not positive, but for example, coal has dropped significantly and natural gas has kind of replaced it, right? And natural gas has about half the emissions from like a carbon standpoint as coal.
Okay.
If you reduce
I'll have to go back over with heat on this guy to get it to
gas, then you make
lay down very nicely.
What? Okay. So
that was part 1 of what optimistic.
Yeah,
what was part 2? Part 2 is that we all have air conditioners.
sure.
So, point being, at some point we can all have air conditioners, right? And air conditioners are major power draws, like 3,000 watts, 4,000 watts, 5,000 watts. I'm sure for your garage, it's insane.
My garage is not.
Oh, okay.
My garage is a condensate Huffin, so it is extremely well insulated. We've got an unbelievable white roof. And we have a 36,000 cubic feet per minute exhaust fan setup that goes through filters, but it's one fan. It's only one fan, and so
That's awesome.
the garage itself does not need to be climate controlled. But but your point stands. Big air conditioners are a big fucking a Costco is ripping through it. You know what I mean, or whatever.
Yes, and so at some point, us as humans were like, we want air conditioning. And it was like, well, the grid can't handle it. Like, did we all just say, well, the grid can't handle it? It's like, no, we did it.
That's a good point. Yeah, we did do it. Okay. How did we do it?
I don't know.
Well, I mean, that's what
I'm just well aware. Yeah.
And it was done. And that's a good point. It's a very good point. Yes, everyone's got air conditioning now, and that's a big power draw.
And that's fair. That's market force. And invention comes along, and people go, "We really like this." And then, private companies or public companies go, "Well, everyone wants this. It makes life better." So it's a mix of private companies probably making air conditioners, and the public infrastructure had to grow to accommodate.
From a power generation standpoint, that makes absolute sense. But again, just to back up a little bit, an air conditioner does not require the infrastructure that publicly accessible car chargers do.
How so? I mean, they probably had to run thicker power lines to all the houses, like we just don't pay attention because we were 6 or 0 or something. But they had to run. I would bet a lot of money they had to run larger lines and capacitors and shrink and all the other different things versus what they did in the 20s or 30s. Because you had refrigerators, air conditioning, microwaves, and all these other power draws. Jason, am I speaking totally out of my ass?
Well, I don't know what the answer is. I just know that there was a time where we didn't have AC, and no one, I don't know of all these arguments of people saying, grid can't handle AC, let's not do it.
Right.
We just did it.
Sure.
I think we can do almost anything. It's just a matter of will it happen.
But again, the AC, it is a great example transition to companies are doing, whether it's marketing autonomous vehicles, sort of backbone of safety without talking about any of the
Oh yeah, that looks good.
improve safety now without inventing a whole new thing. Whether it's
I'm hoping the pinstripe's pretty easy. Should be.
like not really talking about where the lithium and nickel come from, or, you know, that type of thing. You know, the total environmental cost of things. And it's like, okay, well, awesome.
All right, done on the top.
It's a little expensive, so that part still needs work. But regardless, my idea with that video was like, I want to compare this.
Give things another wipe.
And can actually provide a huge green benefit and still not give up that combustion engine. Average internal
That drives me
combustion
nuts.
engine,
I don't understand.
say you drive at 200,000 miles. That's about 90 tons, metric tons of CO2.
90 tons, okay.
Yes, Tesla Model 3, if you were also drive it about 200,000 miles, and based on Tesla's impact report numbers, about 40 tons of CO2. So less than half over 200,000 miles.
Right.
And so
That's CO2 created by creating the electricity to charge that car, not to manufacture it, or is it both?
both. Yes. So Tesla actually, according to their impact report, their production numbers are actually really good. They say something like 6 tons to make the car and about 5 tons for the battery. And based on like my small limited knowledge of the subject, they're close to about half of what I've seen averages be.
I don't know. I'm just not understanding that.
Yeah, and two things help them out. So first of all, they're making a ton of batteries, right? So when you make things at scale, it's easier for them to be less pollutant overall per individual thing. The other thing they do is they try to do like, you know, solar on over their factories, that kind of stuff, where they pull in renewable energy for production.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
So the more they can do of that, the lower they can get their production numbers. And looking at their numbers, to me, they seem like really good.
So, the question is, I'm not this great at math. You compared a new plug-in hybrid Toyota RAV4 SUV to the Model. What if we change the comparison to a used car? Because now we have eliminated all of the production. Because you're buying a car that's already here.
Yep.
So where does that distance crossover shift?
It's not very long at all. It really isn't. It's like maybe 4 or 5 years.
That's long. 4 or 5 years with a car? That's long. What do you mean?
No. I'm saying in order for the Tesla to make up its benefits.
Oh, okay. 4 or 5 years ago. Okay.
Like people will say, hey, you should drive this old thing because that doesn't require like, you know, new stuff. And I am for sure on board with the like, consumerism isn't generally a healthy thing. Like we don't need to buy stuff constantly. But from like a mathematical standpoint of like, which will have more emissions? Me buying an old efficient car or me buying a new really efficient car? Generally speaking, buying that new really efficient car will be better overall. Very quickly too.
Even with the materials that are needed to make the car, like a
Yes,
car,
because
that plus the cleaner emissions is actually a lower sum of dirtiness than driving the old car that's already been built but is just far more polluting.
yes, because the easiest thing to realize this is that the emissions per year from driving it are very high. The emissions to produce it, there, like average scale, say maybe it takes 10,000 kilograms to make the vehicle, 6,000 kilograms per year in emissions.
Jeez.
So yeah, there's a bunch of emissions to make stuff, like just constantly draining the earth. Probably not like super good advice.
I'll tell you where the math works in the old car's favor.
Okay.
If you don't drive that many miles.
Yes, exactly.
I was, less than like 10,000 a year, maybe 7,000, 8,000 a year. That difference of where it makes up now stretches from 5 years, like you said, to 10 years. Now it makes a lot of sense to drive that older car.
Well,
Yes. So I actually. Oh, go ahead, Zach.
Jason, the math would then be, the older the car, maybe by decade, will pollute more by X, and then your factor. So that
Crap.
that has to have a formula with, okay, if I drive a car from the 60s, 8,000 miles. That's worse than if I drive a car from the 90s, 8,000 miles.
Right.
If they're of a similar class of vehicle, right? So it's gonna adjust either way.
Right. Well, pollution is based on, per mile. If you buy a brand new car and you don't drive it very many miles, even if you keep it for 5 years, you know what I'm saying? You might end up 1-to-1 with building it and driving it. You know
Yes,
what I
but
mean?
what's even better to do in that situation is buy a Nissan Leaf for $4 grand that has a tiny little battery pack.
Right. True.
And then that's gonna be even less.
Selling that to somebody though.
Yeah,
I mean, good luck
It's
telling
like
people
$4 grand on it.
what you want is a Leaf with a 50% depreciated battery capacity.
If you don't drive much,
True.
if you don't drive much, who cares?
Well, I think there's a distinction between I don't drive much and I never need to go more than 40 miles ever. And so my wife doesn't drive very much. She works from home. She mainly goes to the grocery store or whatever local. But once or twice a month, she drives to San Diego to see her brother. That's, that doesn't drive much. He doesn't have occasional needs that exceed 100 miles.
Yes. So you brought up a great point, and I actually wanted to kind of come up with a number for the RAV4 Prime versus a Tesla.
All right, come on, boys.
But then they go on the internet and eat what's in the box and go, this is fucking cereal, see? It's cereal!
But that's not Tesla saying it.
Oh, you know what that's called? That's called stochastic terror. Stochastic terror is where the terrorist doesn't actually do the terror. They just have a rabid audience of people that know they can be nudged with the right words or actions to commit terror on their behalf. It's incredibly Trumpy. And it's what autocrats and despots and cult leaders do. It's how it did. Oh, fucking Charles Manson Charles Manson didn't murder anybody. He wasn't there. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I think Twitter Elon does give off Trumpy vibes.
100%. And fucking Tesla culty people give off fucking MAGA vibes, dude. It's authoritarian and culty, and again, it goes back to what they are being authoritarian and culty about, which is that these cars do things they don't do. And they're gonna do those things on public roads where I'm on a motorcycle.
Right. But Tesla does say, like, I think the name is awful. I think the name is trash, and I have said that. And I don't have full self-driving on my Tesla because it's not actually full self-driving. Because I don't even yeah, I don't even have autopilot. I just have that weak little zero cruise control. But we have a fairly strange country that has fairly strange rules. And like legally, they write on their cereal box, it's not cereal, and then they sell it. Right. So like, can I tell them that that is wrong?
If you eat the cereal that isn't cereal, I don't get food poisoning. Again, all of this goes back to the fact that the rest of the world has
Oh, where'd my thing go?
this beta.
Ah.
And if you opt into the beta, and the beta has a fucking crash, the first person to hang you out to dry is Tesla. And he
Yes. They say it right on the cereal box.
They say it right on the cereal box.
Someone, you
Yes.
poisoned them.
Yes.
The cereal enough is amazing.
You know, and so to me, that is, I'm sorry, that is offensive. It's not a wink marketing thing. It's offensive. You are implicitly implying that this, because we're so used to these disclaimers, the GPS has them, the CarPlay has them. We are so used to just hitting accept and moving on and doing whatever the fuck we were gonna do.
Yep.
That if you allow people to just hit that disclaimer and move on, it's implicit. It's implicit that the disclaimer is there for some illegal fucking thing. It's only there because the law says it has to be, and the car can do it if the government just left.
Yes.
But the truth is, that one car, the 3 cars, the 4 cars, that fucking disclaimer is there because that shit doesn't do what it says it does. That's my
And so it goes to this argument that people like to make of like, we all get to make our own choices, right? The challenge is, we know that marketing works.
Yes.
So we can tell you cigarettes are bad for you, we can tell you Coca-Cola is bad for you, we can tell you whatever, but we know that marketing works. So we advertise. Even though we've told you, hey, these things are bad, we also know that for a fact, we can get you to consume those things.
Yeah. If you smoke this cigarette, you're gonna meet a chick that looks like the one sitting right here. Fine,
Yeah.
you're gonna die in 50 years.
Yeah, so we know marketing works, and also we think people have free choice. And it's like, well, which one is it?
Mm-hmm. True. And it's all very, it's just very wink. It's not been handled with the caution of something that carries the level of danger that it does. And I'm also, and the fact that it's all wrapped in this blanket of safety, which it very clearly is not. It's very clearly a money grab it's not, has nothing to do with safety. It's a shiny new toy that a money grab. It's got nothing to do with safety. And it's offensive to me.
Okay, so here's one little coin that I'm going to put in the Elon jar. He had an interview with Sandy Monroe fairly recently. And
Tesla
Sandy
stockholder
Monroe,
bragged about how
yes,
much money.
yes, exactly. Sandy Monroe likes Tesla. That's well established. So he has reasons, financial reasons to like Tesla.
Yeah, super objective, this guy. Can't be
Right.
trusted.
Yes, exactly. So that's a good preface to this. But basically, he asked Elon, or he was describing Elon this scenario where he was testing full self-driving beta and active because the road lines were all wonky, right? And he saw this like news agency say oh, the thing doesn't work because it didn't work in this scenario, right? With these strange lines. And he's like, Elon, that's crap. The lines were wrong. Like that's what Sandy Monroe said. And Elon very quickly was like, no, that is our fault. Like, no matter what, the responsibility of the car should be do not get in a crash. It shouldn't be that everyone has to get all the lines right. We have to figure out everything. So I think that is the correct mentality. I think we just have an infrastructure that was made for human driving cars, not automated driving cars.
Well, I think that's true. And I think very, very low bar you just gave him. The lowest bar. That's the low, sure, I'll give him the, yes, it is his responsibility. I don't give a shit if the lines are fucking wrong. It is his responsibility.
Correct.
The cars are not getting crashed. That is the
Correct.
absolute lowest bar.
But he didn't take Sandy Monroe's side when he stated that, and I thought that was admirable, because it's very easy to be like, oh yeah, whatever.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I think that was the right thing for him to do in that instance. I think he would look like an asshole if he tried to defend the lines being wrong. Because, well, do you want to be right or do you want to be dead? Do you want to be right and dead or wrong and alive? And I don't think he wants to make a dangerous product. I don't think he wants to make a product that's half-baked. I think his job is not selling cars, it's selling stuff. That's his job. Sell stuff. Get people to buy stuff. And the bullshit he's doing, it works because people are buying stuff. And the stuff is unrelated to the cars.
I mean, they do make good cars.
They don't make cars. They don't make
What's okay? Okay.
And one of the
Hi, puppies. Yeah. Oh, my boy.
The details that he went into. Bolts missing, components missing. They weigh every car that comes in, and the weight of Model 3s varies by up to 200 pounds, spec for spec.
200 pounds, holy shit.
Really sketchy quality issue.
So I think part of that, yes, they do have quality issues. Another part of it, people are also very focused on them. If I made a video talking about all the problems with my new Crosstrek that I bought, no one's gonna watch it. No one cares that the Crosstrek quality, paint quality, and panel gaps were off. I did a video on my Tesla panel gaps and paint quality, and 1 million people watched it, right? And so Car and Driver did a study where they looked at 100 different cars, and they estimated the average, maybe average minus, but it wasn't near the bottom of panel gaps and paint quality.
Remember?
Who was at the bottom?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I've seen recently was a C8 Corvette, actually. The C8 Corvette press car was actually, not press car, customer car was worse than any Tesla I've seen recently. Yeah. In fairness,
Well,
worst I've seen
I mean,
is not Tesla.
So part of it is people like to talk about them being trash because people like to have a strong opinion about, the leading, most prominent electric car maker that there is right now.
Well, that's fair. And it's fair that saying that talking about Tesla is a clickbaity way to get people to watch your stuff, and color me shocked that people would watch a video about your Model 3 over one about your Subaru. Listen, I bought one of the best cars I've ever owned in my life was a Chevy Volt. Nobody gave a fuck.
Oh,
It was
I love the Chevy Volt.
Nobody gave a fuck. Nobody.
Yeah, I love Chevy Volt. I recommend it all the time. Second gen Chevy Volt, killer car.
But I'm telling you, dude, I've never heard anything. I've worked with so many tuner shops. I've never heard anything like this about the stock cars. About sections that were just missing. I've never heard anything like that. And I had a Focus RS that had a fucking Lincoln head gasket in it.
Yeah. So and that's what I'm saying. Like, if you talk to any dealer technician, they're gonna be like, "Man, our cars are crap."
This wasn't a technician. This was a guy who modifies them. But
Okay.
oh,
Yeah, works in a shop, sees them new.
yeah. Well, that scares me. You see a car new and there's bolts missing. That's scary to me.
Sure.
Isn't it? Shouldn't that be worrying a little bit? There's not been a recall for it. It's not like Tesla's like, hey, we fucked up and send back our cars because there's bolts missing. I mean, I found out that the Ford, that my car had the wrong gasket because Ford publicly recalled the cars.
Yeah.
There's no, I've never
I mean,
heard
Tesla
of
just had a recall. It wasn't public, that's why they didn't do it.
Yeah, well, yeah, they made them do it because they don't do fucking recalls. But,
You want to go get Bailey?
I think they make okay cars, not great.
Okay, so that's what I'm curious about. Because yesterday you were chatting with trying to make something new.
Trying to be fixed. I have a Model E on order that's coming in a couple of weeks. I drove it one for a week and I bought it.
What about it do you like more than a Model Y?
In fairness, I have only sat in a Model Y. I haven't driven a Model Y.
Okay, fair.
I have.
But you've driven Model 3s, yeah?
I've driven plenty of Model 3s. Yeah, I've driven a bunch
Same
of
thing.
Model 3s. It's the same thing with the taller roof. And if you go watch my review, in general, I like the Model 3.
Yeah.
In general, I find it to be a lovely little appliance that does a bunch of regular car things well. And the fact that it has a very low cowl, I really like. I think that's great. I really enjoy it.
Yes.
The ones I've driven have been extremely varying in quality. Really, really big spread. Big.
Same. I have had two, and the second one was much nicer than the first one.
Yeah, the first one I had was horrible. The second one, the performance was better, and then I drove a third one that was nightmarish. And it's been a little anyways. And so
Okay, but let's ignore quality issues. Not that that's something you should do. You should absolutely pay attention to it. But let's say if you had in your garage a perfect Model Y and a perfect Mach-E, what makes you choose the Mach-E is basically my question.
Well, I mean, I prefer an interior quality. I would say both. Like, I haven't driven a Model Y. The last Tesla I drove was a Model 3 dual performance, and as a driving experience, I really liked it. And the modified one, the rear featuring, which we talked about, like, I always enjoyed the driving experience of all of those cars. But when I sat in the seats, looked around, touched the leather, realized I put in the interior felt really sleek.
Shit.
I understand why dealers, like, I think people don't really understand why dealers exist. Like, there was a time before that when there was a lot of ways for manufacturers to rip people off. You know, this was like an anti-trust thing.
Huh? I can't hear you. Yeah.
Jason, am I wrong?
All right. All right. Now one of those little tiny annoying sections.
So voice navigation. When I give a very specific address, I turn on the voice thing and I say, Tesla navigate to whatever. You don't have to say Tesla, you just say navigate. But navigate to whatever. It gets it right 90+% of the time. Like very good voice recognition. And I could go in this. I promise I could go in this right now, and it wouldn't get numbers right.
Oh no,
I could say
Mazda's and multi-lane is horrible.
No, I'm saying the Lexus. Like
Lexus is horrible.
They're so bad at recognizing voice, and Tesla's like, well, we'll just make it work. Like they put in the effort. And so
Jason, I had no issues at all with fucking Tesla until they started lying about their voice quality and stuff.
Stupid button.
For sure. But they're selling something that isn't real, and it's causing overconfident people to use that shit in my fucking presence, and my safety feels threatened.
Okay, so just out of curiosity, like, do you equally bash Volkswagen for what they did? Do you equally bash GM for what they
Yeah, I
did?
definitely did. Yeah, diesel baby. Well, fuck yeah.
That's
I
good.
spent months on that. Yeah.
Okay, I think that's fair then.
The
Because I think
cylinder
there's
fucking recall, we spent months on that shit.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, because I think right now there's maybe a recency bias thing where, Dieselgate was a long time ago. We all watched Dirty Money, which really
Dirty Money, yeah.
and recommended it. But we talked about it a long time ago. And then with GM just flip flopping when the new administration came in, they're like, we are really a big fan of green technology because now it suits our narrative.
Right, I shat on GM for their for killing the EV1 and then coming out with a 1,000 horsepower, 3-ton Hummer as their offering. Like, oh yeah, you're fucking real conservationists. You know what I mean? Like, well, but I don't understand. We shit on Tesla, we shit on other people.
And you know what it's interesting about it is the other companies, because they've been around so long, they kind of know how to play the PR game really well, which mostly is to shut the fuck up. But Elon, being Elon, tweets out a lot of things, promises a lot of things, and he's out there advertising all this stuff.
Yeah.
So he makes himself, he's like a deer popping out of the woods, waving at you. And
Shut the fuck up. And no one is saying that they shouldn't develop AV technology. Like, no one is saying they shouldn't have, a nice.
Okay, that goes there.
Driver's aid system. Like, you just don't fucking deceptively market it and then pretend like that's not what you're doing.
Yeah, I agree with that completely. I think their marketing on full self-driving is trash and deceptive and not the right thing to do.
32 and a half, so 16.
Like, for example, when
16.25.
with GM, when she announced, hey, 2035 all EVs, then 4 days later,
Out the back of my head and out my fucking asshole.
4 days later, they announced CT5D Blackwing, the most powerful Cadillac ever.
Yes, exactly that. No, 100%.
It's like, this is all for marketing. This isn't because you care.
No, it's dude, and like, bro, I think the Ram TRX is like peak. It's gotta be peak gasoline, right? I think a 700 horsepower engine in a pickup truck that loses almost 200 horsepower by the time that power gets the tires. And it's like 75 feet wide.
Or like the Ram Power Wagon is technically in its own classification, so they don't have to post fuel economy numbers.
Right.
Yeah, you don't have to have EPA numbers.
Dude, how fucked up is it that we still have laws on the books that allow you to get away with shit if you make your truck big and heavy enough? I mean, that's fucking ridiculous, isn't it? This is still a law? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, and it's like, oh, you want to supercharge that car? Not in this state.
Yeah.
That giant truck? That's fine.
New 3500? That's got the Allison gearbox, huh? All right, son. Roll that coal when you get out of here, huh? Let me see it.
Was that law created, to make it easier for commercial truck producers and stuff, and then it just, normal passenger trucks just got big enough to dip into that rule?
I believe so. I think, the intricacies of the chicken tax are not something I'm really up to date on right now, but basically, yes, it was pretty much a rule that allowed commercial trucks to exist outside of certain passenger car regulations. And once manufacturers realized we could sell SUVs, which is basically trucks on enclosed, right? They don't have to be.
I think the chicken tax was also to keep imported small trucks from coming in.
Yes, there was like
I think that brings stuff in here.
Yeah.
I don't know. I gotta put this up. Not too much. Not right now. We'll move on. Let me just read this law really quick. All 350 pages.
Yeah, right. It seems like we got a lot of questions going on. Do we need to do some of them?
We do, and I highlighted the ones that are kind of
weird.
related to Jason.
Oh, all right.
So we can go through those first.
Jason, we'll go through Jason's expertise questions first. DK wants to know what minimum temperature should I run in the summertime?
Is DK Donkey Kong or Drift King?
I mean,
Definitely Donkey Kong.
Definitely Donkey Kong. Drift King can know his tire temperatures in and out.
Or you wouldn't care about the whole thing.
So that's a very interesting question, and it depends, of course, is the answer. Most tire companies, to check their legal box, will say 40 degrees Fahrenheit, don't drive under. That said, I did a video and people got really mad at me for this. In fact, I think even TireRack got a little angry at me for this. I did a video where I showed Bridgestone RE71R, so basically a street legal track tire. In 25 degree Fahrenheit, it was better at stopping than a winter tire on dry road.
Get the fuck out of here, really?
Yes, significantly better.
Really?
Yes. So the thing is, people are told, hey, don't do below 40. In reality, it depends. Michelin Cup 1, not Cup 2, but Cup 1, those can get pretty sketchy at cold temperatures. Michelin Pilot Sport 4S, which like probably is stated, hey, don't go below 40.
No, they're good down to the 30s for
If
sure.
it's dry,
Yeah.
if it's dry, you're good.
What's up in the canyons yesterday with
Dang, that's little pieces.
Just ran up to Dirtfish, did their rally driving specs. So much fun.
yes, fucking cool place, right?
Yes, such a cool place.
Do they have the sick collection of rally cars in the main lodge still?
I don't know if they did. I don't remember seeing any. What I thought was funny is I guess it's the sheriff's office for the show Twin Peaks.
Yeah.
And so they get people apparently that come in and are like, oh, we want to see the office. And they're like, oh, we have these cool cars, you want to check them out? And they're like, no, I just want to see the sheriff's office.
I mean, it is silver, but it's not. It doesn't look like a typical cheap Ford silver. Is what I'm saying. It looks
Now,
like.
if you like it, that's all that matters.
Silver is really thinner. It's an inoffensive whatever car. It looks clean. It's fine.
Yeah, no, it's nice. It's nice.
I would have bought our blue. I might have gone for a red or something like that. If the car had been out for 3 years, and I said, I need to be one in this color, but it's new, and so whatever. I didn't want to wait like 8 years.
Yeah, you know, one of my disappointment with the ID4, the base version only has white, silver, gray, black.
Yeah, that's not good. That's very Volkswagen.
That's like, yo, yeah, but the Golf R, you can get like the coolest colors the car world has ever made.
That's true. They do not. Are they built in different factories? That could be why.
I have no idea, but it's like, why do you offer such cool paint jobs on Golf R and not on an ID4?
I bet you it's because of where they're built. I bet one factory has capability and the other factory doesn't to save fucking money.
I mean, don't you just put paint on the nozzle?
No, it doesn't.
No. I don't know, it's a thing, right? It's probably just like, I bet they didn't want to sell more premium model and extra colors than they would. So
I think it's new and it's fun and it's exciting. But like Tesla, as I was saying earlier, like there are certain things people don't like about electric cars. And Volkswagen has a lot of those with their first mass market car. And so I just think that's electric cars. Right. The charging experience is awful. The auto navigation is not there. The interface is very new and unintuitive, so you're putting people in this new position saying, hey, this is a new car, new market, we're going to get everyone into this, and then you give them this, well, what am I doing? What is all of this? So I just feel like when they state, hey, our strategy is to get millions of people in electric cars, and then this is what comes out, they don't match up. Same analogy. Tesla's saying that they're all about the environment and getting people into electric cars and transitioning us to sustainable energy and then creating the Cybertruck. Like, yeah. Those don't line up.
Yeah. It just depends on what future movies Elon's watching that week. Yeah. He started by watching Spaceballs, and it was like we got ludicrous mode and shit. And then he spent like 6 months just watching Total Recall on repeat and going, give me a fucking Johnny Cat! Give me a fucking Johnny Cat!
So in this Volkswagen ID4, like I'm told to navigate far away, and it tells me to pull up the 7 kilowatt charger. Right? And you know what that means. I know what that means. But people who are new to electric cars, I don't know what a 7 kilowatt charger is. They're just like, all right, I gotta go to the charger, I guess. And then it tells you to wait there for 10 hours.
Yeah. No, by far the most annoying part of any EV that isn't a Tesla is the fact that there are chargers that go different speeds. If you're used to pumping gas, and imagine a pump, I mean, yes, there's some pumps that are a little bit slower than others, but imagine one pump is 5 minutes and one pump is 5 hours, and you're like, what kind of system is this? This is crazy.
Yeah.
Right, and as we talked about when we had the Mach-E charging problem, sometimes you don't have the right nozzle for your car.
Yes.
And people commented there are apps that help you. You plug in your car and it tells you which charging stations you can go to and which work for you. But again, it's like this stuff all needs to kind of become universal to have the adoption be really easy.
And Fensky, we're always kind of asking ourselves when we test cars, like, is this a journalist problem? Is this a problem that we're having?
Yeah, for sure.
Because we only get this car for this much time and we don't pre-program all of our settings necessarily. Like when I complain about scrolling knobs, like if it was your car, would you just program the hotkeys and not have to deal with scrolling? Or is that really a me problem? Same thing with the charging. I constantly am like, is this a real problem finding the right charger or just a me problem? Because I don't really know.
Yeah, so I asked Volkswagen, and they said they're going to have an update in about 6 months, so that it'll go to the right chargers. But to me, they're selling the car this month.
You sell the car now.
Yeah, and like, is that guaranteed that it's going to happen in 6 months? Like today, as the car is sold, if you tell it to navigate far away, it tells you to go to a 7 kilowatt charger. And that's going to happen to someone.
That's not good.
And they're going to hate the car.
Well, they probably decided to make that change the moment you asked that question. Yes, we're going to do that. And behind their eyes was just screaming in terror, like, we need to do this now, and that should take 40 minutes.
Me and Thaddeus once were driving I believe it was a Dodge Charger, but it might have been, it was another FCA product, but I think it was a Charger. And we were using the built-in navigation system, and we found that the color line it would make for you to navigate, if you were colorblind, which I am, was exactly the same color as the background road. And we called them and I went, you got any colorblind folks working for you? So you might want to run this by them. And they emailed me back like within 15 minutes. And they were like, we didn't know we're going to work on it, blah, blah, blah. And there was like an update to the car like a week later. They fixed it.
Wow.
Oh, they did. They fixed it. Yeah.
Good on them.
Good on that. Colorblind people. Yeah, no, get a colorblind guy or girl. Understand. Or man.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing, it's like people do kind of come at you and say, oh, this is because you're a journalist and this is a pre-production car, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, I pulled up to a supercharger with my Tesla and watched an 80-year-old dude get out and do it. It's very simple. If I ask my 92-year-old grandma, hey, go charge this Volkswagen ID4. There is no shot. Your car will not be charged. And she could do it in a Tesla. Like, and I don't think that's unreasonable to want people to be able to do something simply.
No, I completely agree. It should be very, very easy, especially in America, because Americans don't like read user manuals.
Or change.
That's when, you know, the whole like Internet of Things, which I think when they're like, we're gonna hook your, you know, your pantry up to your wallet so it orders new food. Like, I think we need that. What we do need is your car to have be attached to your bank account or credit card or whatever, and that way when you go plug into EV America or whatever EV Go, it just does it instead of like we had to do with hockey. We had to download an app because the swiping thing wouldn't work, which is the troubleshooting. It's very cumbersome. When we just, it would be great if you could just plug the car in, it charges the money, it's done. Like that's what it needs to be.
Yeah, like Tesla has the right idea, except it's limited to Teslas. And now, do I expect?
Ta-da!
Dubai was the same. When that came from Dubai, all phones were required to have, well, same, not both, but be the same. They were required to be the same.
So in Europe, Tesla Model 3s actually have the different connector.
God damn it! Give me a fucking passport!
All right.
Since we were very little.
Time for pinstripe. Now this should be pretty easy.
Have you ever driven one?
Yes, once. It's neat.
Did you enjoy it?
Things are straight.
It kind of looks kind of brutal, but I think
That looks good. I wasn't sure if I wanted the stripe or not, but have to say it looks damn good.
The motor is really cool. It's a Yamaha designed engine.
I still may ask Big Worm for those 4 pieces right there and redo them. I wasn't patient enough doing those.
Every now and then he hits me up. He's like, I'm trailing it down to LA. Do you want to meet me and we'll drive it? So if you're out in Santa Barbara, everybody's trying to launch.
Now on the pinstripe, man, I getting my car so dirty.
that child racer style of car.
Yeah.
A kid drew it like that. I love that.
Like a vector.
Yes, like 2014 Subaru STI hatch. Like it's a kid's drawing of what they think looks cool, and I love that.
That's very funny. I have a friend who's a collector car dealer, and he's got something called a Venturi 400. You ever heard of that thing?
I have not heard of
They
400.
call it the French F40, and it's sort of like a Noble. And it looks like somewhere between a Noble and an F40 and maybe like a 348. And the one with the race livery on it. That's my friend's car. Down one side. That thing. That's my friend's actual car. And so that's called the Venturi 400, and it made about 500 horsepower in 1990. And it's just a weird, apparently.
All right.
It's for adults.
355 meets a spring.
So now this,
Pretty neat little car, right?
you apply it the same way.
It's kind of good looking. Yeah, I think it's a little bit. Yeah, the French are nuts. The French are good. That's really cool. Yeah, we could have a go. It's Matt Ivanhoe. Shout out on his phone
I need to open the hood.
Cultivated Collector on Instagram. He's got a fucking, he's a nut bar. He's got an Aston DB5 that has a stroker engine in it. It has the original Line 6, which was, I believe, a 4.2 liter, stroked out to like 5.8 liters. Wow. This is a fucking thumper, this thing. It's great. This guy's got all kinds of weird shit. Shout out to the Cultivated Collector. Follow on Instagram. Right? Cool. Noble 400, not only could you get one, Jason, you could probably afford to buy one.
Yeah, I could, but I don't know. I really like this thing.
Yeah, it works. It works all the time.
Checking out a great.
Evan just says he wants to love your stuff. What's up with the frozen pizza box to take the pizza out of the oven? What's that about?
Oh, it's just so do you know what he's referencing, Matt, by any chance?
No.
Do you eat a lot of frozen pizzas by any chance?
I don't, but I love to hear how you do.
As a frozen pizza connoisseur, I knew that pizza in there. It's not good for you, but it tastes good. So, anyways, you put the pizza in right on the rack, and then you take the box and you fold it flat, and you can use that to take the pizza out of the oven.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Okay. Basically gotta just same thing, little water, although probably don't need much water. These stripes look bigger than I thought they'd be.
Pizza, murder. I mean, murder.
Because it's like a pizza sandwich, right? It's like half a pizza sandwich. Yeah, it's a sub, right?
So they say you can overlap a little or go right to the edge.
God, do I love a meatball sub. Yeah. If you're from New York,
I mean, the sandwiches love it.
I'm gonna overlap a little.
Tommy M wants to know how to get the Delica small, legal, and registered in California. Is that something Top Rank does when you buy the car? Top Rank offers a California. Top Rank is the importer. My boy Sean runs that place. Sean and Yaska, they're great. Anything JDM, you go to them here in Cypress, California. To get a JDM car registered in California, you have to get it carved.
This will give the car a color pop,
Process of
and you don't want to stretch.
and it's very expensive, and I think it's around $10,000, and it takes a long time. It takes months to do. It's a pain in the ass, but yes, Top Rank does arrange that for you. So if you wanted any JDM car in California, I don't know, with COVID, I think the waiting time got even longer. I think it's quite a long time to get into the ref right now, but that's how you do it. Yeah. In fact, I have an episode of my show on Haggerty coming out. I have one episode about Skylines, talking about modifying Skylines, featuring Sean, so that may address some of this further question. I have another episode coming out about carb legal engine swaps. So we talk a lot about carb and the refs and stuff like that in the episode about carb legal engine swaps.
That's almost too easy, isn't it?
Is it worth it to get a 90s project car, or is the chassis of the newer cars just that much better? Example, NA MX-5 or E36 BMW versus an FRS or BRZ V8 swap either way, he says. So he's saying, should I put a V8 into an NA Miata or an E36 BMW, or put it in an FRS and a BRZ? What say you, Fancy?
Here's what I'd say, people underestimate the value of good tires. So get some good tires, and your 91 MX-5 will outhandle a new BRZ on bad tires, or your new BRZ on good tires will outhandle a 91 MX-5 or whatever year it is. So get some good tires and put your V8 in and have some fun.
I'll add to that it's important to draw a distinction between the handling of the car and the feel of the steering. So an NA Miata, even on great tires, might not handle that BRZ.
Okay, so I did that.
Input quite a bit more
A tiny bit of overlap.
to do the same, maybe an NA Miata or any car from the 90s, E36 comes to mind actually. So let's call it a 90 degree bend. You might have to do 90 degrees or 180 degrees of steering versus the BRZ, maybe it's 45 or 90
Nice little
degrees.
color pop.
Have the same effect.
Car needs it.
BRZ, I believe, is also EPS.
I think
And the first two cars are hydraulic steering, but the chassis of the BRZ is going to be far stiffer.
Well, I'm thinking it looks a little funny with the overlap. You can see a ridge.
Such a wide torque band that it's easy for it not to get ahead of you. It's not like some crazy surgy turbo. I mean, you could shift the thing at $3,000, it's still fucking going. You know what I mean?
And the chassis handled it well. We had one of the proving grounds.
You had the gray one, right?
Yeah,
That was fucking awesome.
And we it was like top 3 lap times compared to 6-figure.
Okay, so I've got
Drifting, everything like this thing doesn't.
some
It's very, very good. Yeah, it's very good.
left over from that run.
Let's see.
That'll work in other spots.
Rear-wheel drive, mid-engine driving experience to someone who's only driven front-wheel drive cars. Jason, do you want to tackle that, or should I?
Well, you have a lot of driving experience, and I'm assuming this person probably doesn't have nearly as much. So when I drove the GT3 for the first time with the engine in the back, and everyone had told me, hey, all the weight's in the back, it's gonna feel different, I was like, holy smokes, this is the best thing I've ever driven. And I'm not like a driver, like I am not gonna put down competitive lap times, but I felt very inspired. Part of that is modern cars are very good at correcting your mistakes. The other part is just that they can be tuned correctly one way or the other, and I think we put a little too much emphasis on where's the weight versus how well is the overall package set up.
I agree. I think that's definitely true. One of the biggest difference between going from front-wheel drive to rear drive, and then from going from front engine to
I'm gonna do the rest without overlap, and if I have to, I'll come back and redo this piece.
out of the steering. A front-wheel drive car, the
Actually,
torque steer, it can never be totally eliminated.
let's finish this.
You feel that in the steering. As you're going through a corner on the throttle, you will feel the weight in your hands of the tires trying to steer and to get power down, right? Or steer and brake. You're gonna feel that at the front. You go rear drive now. The engine's still in the front, but it's rear drive. You can feel the fact that your tires are now only steering. Okay, your tires aren't trying to do two things at once. They're just steering. They're not trying to also make the power down, which means that you can then use the power at the back to actually turn the car by lifting or adding. You can do that, but you can't do it as well in a front-wheel drive car. Now, let's move the weight of the engine from the front of the driver to behind. Now your steering gets even lighter, but it gets even sharper because it has less hanging over it, trying to keep that inertia going forward. And when you get the traction down, coming out of the corner, that weight at the back will allow you to slide less on the exit of the corner. The steering should feel very precise, but also very light compared to your front drive car.
Matt, that was fantastic.
All right. You do the science, I'll do the driving.
You're very good at that, yeah.
Thanks. Jeremy, I've never actually put that thought into words before. It actually did make more sense than I expected to. Jeremy says, for about the same price, C5 Z06 or early C6 non-Z. The C6 is a better built car than the C5, but the C5, if you're going to track days and you care about speed and shit, I would go with the Z06.
You can get Z06s with Z51 packages for about the same as the Z06. A little more hybrid. I looked this up when I was on Windows Shop, which is Car and Driver. It's close, but I mean, because they both come with a lot of like heat coolers and all those things, so it's almost like the C6 Z51 is close to the C5 Z06, but it doesn't have the petrol. Sounds cool.
Chappie says, with an E90 and a BMW M3, V8 stick convertible be a fun summer car or bankruptcy material. What's great about the convertibles is the real enthusiasts don't, the hardcore guys don't want them. And that's what's great about 911s. Honestly, for the money, they're not relevant. The enthusiasts do not want 911 convertibles, and there's nothing wrong with them other than the fact that they're convertibles. And so you can get a fabulous fabulous car for probably a 25 or 30%.
It's a little tricky.
Versus the coupe. So if you
I'm obviously looking at it a lot closer than anyone else will.
No, sorry to interrupt. I was always on that like.
Looks great though.
Like I base my decisions on the numbers, and convertibles are dumb. Why would you ever sacrifice rigidity and add weight? Blah blah blah. And then I drove a C7 convertible, and I was like, hey, this is fantastic. Like convertibles are a lot of fun, and you hear everything, and you can see everything. Now, some of the Porsches I don't like because some of the Porsches have really high backs, and so it doesn't really feel like you're in a convertible. It feels like it's just a Targa. But I am a huge fan. If it's a soft top, I love convertibles just because of the visibility aspect of it. It just opens everything up.
Yeah, and of the four-seat convertibles, and I'll consider a 911 a four-seat convertible, even though it's just barely. Of the four-seat convertibles, the 911, especially the 991s and up, have unbelievable chassis rigidity. They don't flex or shimmy, which is really impressive for a convertible. That's not like a carbon top car. Last question, then we're gonna wrap it up. Hedram Dashti says, I have a modified 2009 G37S Coupe. I'm thinking of buying a BMW 135i. Is a worthwhile upgrade in terms of experience and hopes to have another car forced induction for power. I think it's probably an upgrade. 135s can be a couple little things here and there. Very good class. Absolutely. Or somewhere in that, sure.
Yeah, I haven't driven a 135, but I drove a 230 and I really enjoyed it. I didn't expect to.
The four-cylinder 230, right?
That looks killer.
Pretty light and slow, right? Pretty cool.
Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah, I mean, I drove a modified 135i that had like knuckles on it, control arms, all this stuff, and it didn't feel like a 1M or something like that, but it was close. It was in that neighborhood. It was really, really fun. And the best, 2012 G37S we had, I think, years ago, which I liked as a GT car, but it's not like a
The limits are pretty low.
machine. Yeah, I mean, you can set them up for drifting, but they feel big. They're good GT cars, but the 135.
The 135 I drove on Sorted was fan-fucking-tastic. It was the best driving in terms of dynamics of any of the cars at the whole show, except for like the $200,000 shit. You know, of any like the sort of home-built kind of cars, by far the best. And our boy Alex Bernstein, the photographer, had a 135 that was pushing a very reliable 500 horsepower, and he had some nice shocks and light tires, and the thing was real fast.
Yeah, he was setting track records, I think, in that thing, or competing in time attack.
He was doing well in
his
time
class,
attack.
he did really, really well.
Yeah, it was cool. Fensky, what do you want to plug before we get out of here? Obviously, engineering explained on YouTube, but what else?
Let's plug some like hiking. Get outside, get away from screens, and just enjoy that moment.
Adopt a kitten.
Adopt a kitten. I just saw Cricket. Cricket adorable.
Cricket is very adorable, isn't she? Cricket.
Yeah.
Cricket is getting. They got face-to-face to this morning, so it's around like day 4, and we're at the point where we're bringing Cricket is our new 3-month-old girl kitten, and we're at the point where we're they're sort of bumping heads a little bit, and there's a little bit of hissing, but I think maybe it might be the last night of Cricket having her own bedroom. I think probably by tomorrow.
Cool. Get it, Cricket.
And shout out to everybody who donated to Peter Zippy as well. After Conrad passed, a lot of people donated to the animal shelter that we support.
So you don't want to pull very tight. It does stretch it and then
They sent us like 50 cards.
makes it hard.
How's your cat?
So if anyone is in the Idaho area, which aren't that many people, but I got my pet bucket at a place called Simply Cats in Boise, Idaho, and it's an amazing shelter, and they're awesome, and you should check them out if you're nearby.
Adopt, don't shop. Simply Cats in Boise. Shout out to them. 4.8 stars, 303 Google reviews. Oh, that's
Oh,
a great,
place is awesome.
great rooms to play with cats in.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Kill, feel, and adopt. All right, shout out to Simply Cats. Make a donation to them, or make a donation to the Peter Zippy Fund in Hermosa Beach if you are in LA. Thanks, dude. I appreciate your time. I always enjoy having you on the show. Let's not 2 years this time, okay? Let's do it.
Yeah, let's do it. Sounds good to me. Thank you for having me. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely, your show is great, and fucking, Man, I love your thought process. Very level-headed individual, like my son.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that. It's very kind of you to say. And I think you're very good at describing driving. Like you're describing driving.
Thank you. I will take that one. I will definitely take it. I appreciate it. It's the trade-off for not being able to do that. All right, that's our show, everybody. Thank you for joining us on the live end. And Fensky, you're the man. Talk to you soon.
I'm gonna pull this up and do it again.
Do you love telling a good true story?
My phone ringing? Hello?
I have the coverage.
No?
Oh, okay. I'm calling about health insurance.
Sitting back and hearing tales about the ups, downs, and endless joys of life? Then don't miss the Moth Story Slams, regional open mic storytelling competitions. Upcoming themes include love hurts, luck, rhythm, earth, and more. You can sign up to share your story or tune in and listen. Held virtually on Mondays, the Moth Story Slams brings you true stories told live. Visit themoth.org/events to find story slams in your region. A quick new idea daily from the world's greatest TEDx talks. I'm your host, Atosa Leone, and this is TEDx Shorts. Sustainability is complicated. And while we figure out the challenges associated with green economies and wildlife conservation, Sharon Redrobe OBE has one temporary solution: build more zoos. Sharon's a veterinarian and runs a zoo, a development even she's surprised by. But she says these environments are crucial for housing our threatened animal species until we can offer safer natural environments for them to return to.
Picture this, marching through the streets of London, calling for all zoos to be closed. I passionately believed that animals belonged in the wild, happy and free. They did not belong in zoos. I wanted to be like my hero, Jane Goodall. Everything was black and white. How on earth then, 30 years later, do I find myself looking through the stacks of documents to collecting OBE from Google and Zoo? What on earth happened? I'm telling you, I know what to stop over those 25, 30 years, and what I know is shocked me, upset me, and it changed my mind. And I'm not sure to say that I changed my mind. So let me introduce you to Francis Curran.
Yikes!
Francis got the wedding near the Motorsports outside Africa in the 1970s. They had a very young childhood and they're not very young members. Really clever animals. Then the gorilla, you're probably familiar with those, the big hairy silverback sitting guarding his family, munching on leaves and belching in the rainforest, just waiting for David Attenborough to turn up with his film crew. And then you've got the chimpanzees, my favourite, loud, noisy, boisterous, competitive, aggressive. And then we come to another one, the bonobo. Have you even heard about them yet? Not gazebo, that's a tent for your garden. These are bonobo. And what especially fascinates me about bonobos
Scientists aren't funny.
is that they're female-led. And what's also interesting about bonobo is that they resolve conflict by kissing and hugging. Maybe we should all be a bit more bonobo. Eventually, I got to go to Africa and see with my own eyes what it was actually like for chimpanzees and gorillas. And I saw that they were being slaughtered, their families were being slaughtered, and the lucky ones, if there were young kids and they were safe, and they were kept by a conscious crystal lab, if they were lucky, they were rescued, and confiscated, and put into rescue centres. And they'd probably live out the rest of their lives in those rescue centres. And these wires were as much to keep the animals in as to keep the poachers out. This was not like the BBC documentaries I'd grown up watching. This isn't the wild I wanted to see. This isn't the wild I thought was out there. What was I going to do? Well, I carried on being a zoo and wildlife vet internationally, flying around Europe and America and giving lectures here and there and writing diverse papers such as tortoise heart disease, that exists, look it up, and gorilla cataracts, and doing health checks on big guys like this. But, and I'm a slow thinker, I thought, maybe I need to do more, maybe I can do more and I should do more. I wanted to start thinking about zoos like we think about hospitals. We might not love them, but we need them. We will get sick, we may get poorly, we will need hospitals. You don't close.
That's Chris's enthusiast car. And a Chevy Colorado. 2.5-liter inline-4 with a 6-speed manual. It says it's state law to own a truck if you live in Texas.
I think this is why I was I thought I was leaving a Iota Accord. I think I was quietly being pushed out. That's what I think happened, yeah.
Chris is an airline pilot. His GTI was originally his everyday car. But after spending 3 to 4 days under the departure pad at the airport, it's parked waiting for him to return home, he says he would notice jet exhausts resting on the GTI. And it made sad to see that kind of abuse on such a fun hot hatch. So he bought the truck as his everyday driver to the airport as well as mulch runs. Lots of mulch, wow.
There's a lot of mulching going on in this life, yeah.
And trips to the blue and orange big box stores. The GTI then became the enthusiast car. You had the stage 1 performance chip installed new air intake, European headlights, taillights, multifunction gauge, on and on. He really loves it, drives it when the weather is nice. Is it ever not nice in Texas? I mean,
Well,
there's occasional, I say that with, tongue-in-cheek. There's occasional.
There's some rain coming.
There's rain, there's
There's
nice
some
storms.
serious rain coming. Yeah, but
For the most part, it's kind of nice, right?
and crazy hot. Make sure your air conditioner works.
Yeah, right. So he only drives it when the weather's nice and feels like taking a long trip to get coffee or barbecue. Like it. 2016 with 21,000 miles. He's now got a 16-year-old who recently got his driver's license. He says, yikes on that insurance.
And they have 3 vehicles sitting in the driveway.
Yeah.
Which means his son needs to drive one of them. And his son, I love this, by the way, hello to your son. He said, Dad, I'll take the GTI. And Chris said, no, you will not.
Well, Chris has the truck at the airport. He's on a business trip.
Yeah. Dad, will GTI? No, you will not. Because, and I fully agree with this, he wants his just started driving driver to have a manual transmission to wrestle with so that he's busy. There's stuff to do in the cabin. He also doesn't think that the performance of the GTI is a good choice. So the GTI is not being given by Chris's son. By the way, if this is news to Chris's son, I'm sorry. The GTI is not his car. Yeah, this is the bad news. But the pickup is going to be his son's car. So now the GTI is back to daily, and he goes, should I change?
Chris, I laughed after I read this next sentence. When you said you're looking for a true sports car, he says, after hearing your podcast, I'm not sure what that is anymore.
We'll still try to help. But
I
you're
don't
right.
blame you
We
a bit.
have clouded that issue heavily. If your neighbors go, oh, midlife crisis, you did it right, Chris. That's what you sold that little wagon and you got that thing.
God, I can't see.
Honestly, this is the conversation I want you to
How is it I can't see in?
So sports cars based entirely on judgment on neighbors. By neighbors, actually.
No, you just want to have it, and then you want to have those conversations with just a firm smile on your face, like, come on, bring it, drive me minivan, that's fine.
Well, he wants his next enthusiast car to have a manual. Of course, 2 doors, perhaps something German, perhaps. Fun to drive, he would be open to a convertible for the spring and fall in South Texas. He's thinking 2008 to 2013 time frame with a budget of 15 to 20.
Shoot.
He also admits he has not discussed it with the wife, but she's probably listening, and so now you're about to, Chris.
She's heard now. The discussion, you're probably, look, I'll give you a moment. You can pause the podcast right here and come back. You ready? All right, you're back, Chris? All right, let's keep going.
His previous cars include a 1980 Ford Mustang with a 4-cylinder from the dark years of Ford there, 84 Toyota Celica GTS.
That's cool, yeah.
92 Ford Escort LX, 98 Jetta GLX,
It's a pattern coming.
Ford Explorer, Passat, Jetta TDI, Says I can already hear Todd saying, no more VWs!
That's what I'm saying. No more Volkswagen product. Let's move on.
A Kia Sorento, a Mazda CX-9. But it ends there because he's thinking about a few new things.
So the GTI goes, and we get Chris a fun new car.
First of all, who's buying Chris's GTI?
Well, that's a good question.
That's what I want to know.
That's out there. There's a GTI with light tuning.
21,000 miles?
Yes.
2016, light tuning? Great.
Well taken care of. Yes.
Who wants it? Chris is thinking a Porsche Boxster, although he's hesitant on the inaccessibility of the engine. I'm here to assuage your fears.
Okay.
A 2009 to 2013 BMW Z4. That's cool. Sports Car Challenge.
I like it.
Because he got an 09 to 2013 SLK on here too.
Yeah, I did notice that. There's something happening there. Yeah. You realize ours are older and worse than this, right? But anyway,
Even worse.
Yeah.
2009 2013 BMW 135, 135 IS for the Cabriolet.
The 135 IS is worth it there.
Yeah, that's interesting.
That'd be cool.
He says the Miata does not do much for him, nor does the Audi TT. Fair enough. He's not a mechanic, but can do small repairs with the help of YouTube. We can say anything about I can do blank with the help of YouTube.
Terrifying, but yes.
Become an expert at anything. I want to learn to cook.
Mm-hmm.
With the help of YouTube.
Absolutely. Of course you can. Yeah.
Want to learn an instrument? With the help of YouTube, you too can start getting concerts. He says, is there a vehicle he's overlooking? I think the stage you're in is more about going to sample things.
Agreed.
It has to do with the last topic that we just discussed at the top of the podcast, and it's discovering what you like. Because nowhere in here, even reading your car list, what do you like? You've had Volkswagens, you've had a Ford, you've had a Celica, but you've had things, I think, based on reactionary kinds of things in your life.
I need a car that does this.
Yeah, or I need a car.
Yes.
This thing broke, so I just need a car, and this is my budget, and that's not all I can afford. If there's one, let's get that.
That's this decent reviews. Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds reactionary.
Okay.
It doesn't sound explicit. It really gives you to think because you know you like four-wheel drive cars.
Yeah.
You like mid-engine.
Sure.
You like big horsepower. You like Mustang or something like that. Nowhere in here am I hearing, I just love hot hatches and things from here on out. Kind of thing. I'm hearing that you're open, which means you got a big opportunity here to start sampling.
I agree.
I do hear you about the convertible in South Texas. Kyle has a new convertible in South Texas. Is this what's your heat
Tolerance. I mean, that's why he's saying spring and fall, because he knows in summer the top's going to be up. Because it's just too hot.
Because in California, you can see people in 5, 6 o'clock hour. Yeah, but I have to laugh at that because that's just aspirational thinking. That's just sort of like, I live in the projected future. Could be, but I
The weather would be wonderful.
It's not, still not today. It's still not today.
But he's saying maybe. He's not saying definitely. He's saying maybe.
And one of your suggestions, all of the suggested so far, are German cars.
Yes. I have a few. I have some drive homework here.
I have two. Well, okay. One car's I haven't seen. That's a Cayman and a Boxster. I think you need to take a strong look at those. Because then your neighbors will be like, well, harumph, aren't you doing this?
Did you see what Chris did? He went on a Porsche.
Yeah, that's kind
Actually,
of
they're going to say Porsche.
They're going to say that, but I'm hoping to find that for you. Because Boxster, if you decide convertible, Cayman, if you don't, that's the sweet spot of Caymans for the price you're looking for. It's if you're in the zone, my friend. Go look for those. I have to admit, I'm intrigued by it for you.
Okay.
When I drove it, I was enamored because it now had the power to get out of the corner that I was looking for. That it never had before.
Okay.
It's small, it's lightweight, it's really pretty, get it in a lovely color.
Okay. Okay.
Miata RF. The Mazda MX-5 Miata RF with that retractable hardtop gives you the best of both worlds. You can choose your transmission. It will do the keep the cool in.
Absolutely, well, yeah.
You can put that top back. But only with the upgraded engine power.
And the RF. This is interesting.
Only with that
I have
engine.
it on my list for the exact same
You
reasons.
do.
I think, Chris, I understand you don't, Miata doesn't do anything for you. I get that. I genuinely
He said
understand.
that explicitly in here.
The RF is a very unique beast top up. It doesn't look like a Miata, and I do think that styling is going to be timeless. And because it is a hard top, you do have the best of both worlds. I think it has to be an ND2, the upgraded motor, so you're talking late 2019 and newer. You may still walk away, but humor both of us, because we both ended up there. Humor both of us by going to drive one, Chris. Manual transmission, Miata RF with the upgraded motor. You may still be like, still don't like Miatas. But this is an exception car in that lineup that might just break you out.
This is an exception podcast because I'm the Porsche guy recommending the RF, saying go.
But you are also the guy, the two of us, who's never really connected with Miata, even though I have and don't fit them. You've never connected until that second, that upgrade, the ND2 upgraded motor in the RF, and you were suddenly like, oh, now I get it.
They only
Which is really interesting.
Yeah, they only added like 26 horsepower. It wasn't much.
It's not much. It's like 5 pound-feet of torque. It's
But
nothing.
enough.
But it's got a different personality with that engine. That's the key
Really
thing.
does.
It's very interesting.
It suddenly turned me on to this car, and I went, ah, that's it. That's what I was looking for. And you know me, power. But I'm not saying it's got to be a 710 horsepower, blah, blah, blah.
True.
It's just got to be that right dial up, sweet spot. And so as much as I love Cayman or Boxster, just to make the neighbors jealous and all conversation, make the neighborhood aflame with conversation.
I like it.
That RF can be ignored.
I agree. It's on my list. I have others, but it's on my list.
Well, I thought of Mustangs and Camaros and Corvettes and maybe a Corvette. Yeah, I want something that's just gonna be like.
Ooh. Yikes.
You could also get the 335 IS with a retractable hardtop. That's interesting.
You never did. Never felt the weight.
Crap.
So that's a possibility.
That's a unit.
Yes, but that's an occasional convertible there. I'm going to run through some others. So nobody's going to be surprised to say this, but when I hear somebody's intrigued by a Cayman or Boxster, but they're not sure they're okay with having a Porsche over maintenance, you have to see it. You're not going to be surprised. Look at the 86 chassis. You haven't mentioned it. You need to go drive it. Drive that.
86, man. They recommend that car too much. It's lame.
Test drive would be disappointing. Take it on the back road. Experience some corners in that car and see if it might surprise you as fun enough. Because it won't have Porsche tax for maintenance at all. Okay, and you could get them for far less than your budget. So that's my list. I have 3 others that may be a little more surprising that I want you to go drive. It's all about driving one, Chris.
Yep.
Go drive the Corvette C6.
Do you think?
I think so.
Corvette?
I think so. Because
Noodle with it.
Because here's the thing, I think it's a more fun sports car in this scenario than the big cruisers, the Challenger, and the Mustang.
For sure. There.
So, and while those cars are fun for straight line speed, I'm not hearing straight line speed with V8 Rebel 3. I'm hearing sports car involvement. I think the C6 might bridge the gap. So go look.
I'm mixed, but okay.
Pontiac Solstice or Saturn Sky.
Really? That far back?
Half your budget.
Yeah, half your budget. But half the car what modern cars can be.
Possibly. I think it's worth driving. But here's one that is every bit that old, and maybe even older than your budget, and I still think it'd be worth it. In fact, once I landed on it, I was like, Chris, I think this is your car. Ooh. Go buy yourself a post-refresh. It's called the AP S22, 2006 and up, Honda S2000. Go buy one of those. One of the best 6-speed manuals ever. A very unique car that even to this day, it feels like that car was obsessed over. When they were designing and building. It feels like there was somebody, I mean it wasn't, but it feels like there was somebody in the clean room just obsessing. They're very fun. I think their interior and the way that they drive has kind of been a bit timeless. I don't think they feel much older now than they did when they were new. Other than the fact the car has miles on it. But I think it's just maintained itself really well. They're much more unique than the Miata. They actually have more interior room than a Miata, at least headroom. They've got a good retractable on the top. It's got a motor you're going to wind it. That's a car that begs you to engage with it.
That's a car your son's going to beg you to engage
Oh,
with.
that's a whole separate thing.
Neighbors are going to say, is that your son's new car?
I
guarantee you.
I think a Honda S2000 you would love. Get yourself a 2006 Ford Shelby what was it, 09? Or it was 2011 by the time they were really done. They were really another question. Did you see this? It links also to a question from Alex HC.
Yes.
Mr. Negro says, okay, hang on. I appreciate but I just can't get worked up about cars that can only be bought by the super rich. And I'm never even going to see one. Which, you're right, is there a class of fawned over enthusiast cars that we really have no interest in? I don't like super lifted truck, but it's a separate thing. But actually, I fully connect with you. This is one of the reasons that we, at Everyday Driver, are about cars that are affordable. Because
well, if you drive a Ferrari McLaren every day, blessings.
Absolutely.
Wonderful.
But in general, yes. If I show you a $300,000 car sideways in a cloud of smoke, that's cool. And you go on about your life that has no connection to that reality.
It's clickbaity.
It absolutely is.
No.
Here's the new fill in the blank I picked up. And it's over my shoulder, in a car cover, perfectly blacked out in silhouette, and you have to click the, look what I picked up, look what I tuned, this is how much this is going to cost me, clickbait.
That sound is contempt, all in one way.
But if you buy the stuff that nobody else can afford, you're just hoarding now. You're just saying, I have it and you don't.
Pretty much.
And I agree, you've got a huge car collection of stuff that I can't even see or touch. I don't get it. I like talking to people at car shows that have a car that I can somehow relate to. Mr. B was right there. He's also saying, Alex is connecting to this by saying, is there any chance of a supercar company making their next vehicle slower/worse than the previous model to increase its real-world usability? This is a soapbox I've been on for a bit. We're driving so much powerful stuff, or everything in the Dodge lineup with a Hellcat motor. So much powerful stuff.
Which only proliferates.
Yes.
The breeding.
You breathe on the gas pedal and you're pretty much going to jail.
It's like, don't go to jail.
Seriously, it's cackle-inducing, it's funny, it's fun, but I drive around most of the time I honestly feel like I'm boring the vehicle. Because it's just,
it's bored with humans.
Seriously, it's like I have moved beyond you. All right?
I'll carry you, but I'm bored with you.
I like feeling like I'm actually engaging with a lot of what the car can do. Look at the stuff that I've driven, okay? Look at the stuff that I love. It's small, lightweight, and not that powerful. Yeah. And I feel like I'm necessary.
Yikes. Keep burning myself.
26 extra horsepower.
Yeah, you want more.
That's all I need.
But
5 extra
this
torques.
is the problem, Alex, is it shouldn't be wrong with the Miata because I can't believe Mazda did this. They made a smaller, lighter 4th-gen Miata than the 3rd-gen Miata. Now, we've heard of the engine. The first engine, it wasn't even, honestly, I didn't feel at first it was underpowerful. It was just boring. The first motor was uninteresting to engage with. That's the problem they solved for me. But that is... most we can do. And then it becomes the benchmark that all of their subsequent cars pass.
Yeah, were those cars not fast enough? Did they not do it? No, of course they did. The 19 Spider, all the enthusiasts are sort of like, meh.
The average person that owns one, any owner that owns one, has probably never run one of those out to everything they can do.
They're afraid of jail too.
This is the thing with the Koenigseggs and the things that are breaking the land speed records for the best production car. When are you doing that? So I wish this wasn't a thing, but it is the more bigger better. It is the bar fight thinking, this is never gonna stop. This is my only caveat. We as enthusiasts need to buy the cars that aren't that. So that the manufacturers understand that there are those of us that will buy things that are designed to be fun, but not designed to be the best.
Alex, my answer to your it's new, but it's lower and worse question, but no, it's new, hey, check it out, is that it leaves the slot below it for the new model that it's not as fast, not as good, not as whatever.
This is BMW's entire line of thinking.
Yes, but you see what I mean, which leaves the door open for Porsche to build like a 550, like a real 550 that's cheaper and slower and less powerful, and it's probably going to be awesome. But I'll give you an example, that is the Supra, the 2-liter versus the 3-liter. The 3-liter is awesome.
Yeah.
I like the balance of the 2-liter better. It's less powerful, but I get the same car, and maybe with a manual in the future, but I actually kind of like the 2-liter better. I want the power of the 3. It's magnificent.
Yeah.
It's excellent. Sure. But then the 2-liter Supra is sort of like, like we were talking about the K18, which is entry level, base 911. It's expensive as they still are. It's sort of like,
There's not entry level at all. Go on.
why do they still have these? Why is it just S and GT has everything? Oh, because it proliferates now. Hey, we're out here in the high end. That's what
All right. Well, I have plenty of stripe in case I decide to redo it, and I think they only charge $10 for the stripe. Pretty dang cheap. Cheap way to give your car some pop.
But this gets into a quagmire of who's behind it and who does it really benefit and how much are we tuning things that actually being used off-road for motorsports, or just because I like what it does in cars and coffee.
Well, sure.
Which is a big question mark too that we can't possibly control.
Like I said, we could debate it up and side down, but I appreciate the question.
J.R. Schultz says the current BMW 2 Series is nothing like the last 2 Series. Should BMW call it something else? Yes, they should have. The 2 Series, all the way up to the M2 CS, the rear-wheel drive 2-door, smaller than the 3 Series, smaller than the M3. This was kind of an enthusiast car in their lineup, and now you have the 2 Series Grand Coupe, which is front-wheel drive biased and designed essentially after the Corolla. These should not have the same nomenclature. The Grand Coupe doesn't make it okay. It should be a different, especially when you're selling them simultaneously. That's the thing that is even more baffling. You walk into a BMW dealership right now and you go, I'd like to drive the 2 Series. Do you mean the front-wheel drive commuter car, or do you mean the rear-wheel drive fun car?
And after you finish retching the thought of a front-wheel drive commuter car, you say,
how is that a thing?
The good one.
How is that a thing? I don't understand how that got through all of the levels where they just thought, we'll sell these side by side and no one will be confused. Just forget enthusiasts for a second. How much confusion does that reach?
Bureaucracy.
This is a 2 Series, but it's not like the other 2 Series, even though it's a 2 Series. I'm confused. My brain hurts.
Well, Porsche did that with Turbo. They messed that up.
Yes.
Joshua Anthony on Facebook asks, what's the best driver's car? You still have to explain that cars and coffee. Most people would Frankenstein's super engine in the rear with the front axle now that's the rear axle now, and it's weird one-off chassis and that kind of thing. I think because even like a caterer would be like, oh, I think I've seen one of those. This styling is a giveaway, you don't see a bad usually. What is this homebrew kind of stuff there?
Homebrew.
Homebrew.
That's perfect.
Homebrew
Dan,
cars.
Dan Patton says, given winter driving is currently going on, actually winter giveaways.
This is not spiking.
You're right.
Road driving.
You're right.
That's all
we
they
had
have.
lots more cheap sports cars starting in stuff in winter. We froze ourselves last year, we didn't break it out. But since we're in the middle of winter driving, we're asking about
Actually, what is funny is that they were all season.
It's all season. They're great as all season tires, but not when there's snow on the ground. It's like that works nice.
A lot of horsepower, overpowered.
Oh,
truck.
good, I got another piece.
Conditions. In a straight line under braking, the car wanted to swap ends.
Whoa,
On one of my runs past the there.
Okay.
I got loose and
A lot of truck to have that happen.
happy to hand that truck back.
You'd be like, huh, it's your turn.
I mean, I love the truck. In the drive, in anywhere else.
Well, it was all about tires, though. Yeah, we had that issue yet again.
Ooh boy.
For sure. I actually gave you one. I don't think I told you this either. When I was doing winter.
I like how we don't tell you.
Yeah, exactly. Just don't worry about
Sure.
it. It's gonna be fine. When I was doing winter driving videos on my FRS.
Yeah.
Rear-wheel drive. Driving it all around. People say, oh, I thought it was all-wheel drive. No, it's not. I had a video where I was actually driving around and I was braking traction on purpose.
Yeah.
And I came through a 90-degree corner in a nice neighborhood in Park City. And so I punched it. The back of this is actually in the video, but I punched it to get the back out around the corner. And it got a little too far out. Like halfway through the corner, the traction changed.
Okay.
And now the back started coming a long way around, and I did the massive screw up.
Okay. Oh no.
And that was how it worked. In my own car while doing the video on my winter tires are great. And then you can see me wrench my eyes back to where I want to be.
That looks nice.
Came back around. But there's a split second where I went the wrong way and you can just tell the car is continuing to follow my gaze. It's like, no, look over there. And I was okay.
Whew. Guys, thank you for your questions. We got way more sunset than we can get to, but they will be covered up. Guys, we really appreciate it. Always looking forward to next time. Cheers, everyone.
The Rachel Maddow Show, weeknights at 9 Eastern on MSNBC.
You know, they tried to do it in the most low-key possible way. They tried to take all the heat out of it. No fireworks, nothing to see here. There's just a little administrative hoo-ha. It was no big deal. You don't even need to write an article about this. Definitely don't need to talk about it on TV. We are not trying to make a stir. You know, it is a big deal. They have finally cleaned it up. 6 months ago, almost 6 months ago exactly, the New York Times published a couple of exposés about something really bad that was going on at the CDC, the Centers for Disease Control. The CDC, over decades, over generations, built a reputation for excellence and solid science that made it really the international gold standard for public health. CDC science, CDC advice, CDC guidelines are unparalleled worldwide in terms of their influence, authority, the respect with which they are treated and followed. It is a part of the US government that we can righteously and uncomplicatedly be really proud of as Americans in terms of us having an absolutely uncontested best in the world status. absolutely global leadership. And then the Trump administration happened. And they recognized that when the pandemic hit, the world would be looking to the CDC for gold standard science and guidance on how to understand it, how to combat it.
How did that get on?
The whole country, the whole world would be looking to the CDC for what counts as scientifically sound policy.
Oh, shit.
Welcome back to Speed Secrets, Ross Bentley's podcast that I've taken over again. Everybody's Christmas wish did not come true. I'm back, Bill Fisher from Crash Heroes and Training, but I did have Ross Bentley, so you can stay on now. Welcome, Ross.
I'll be damned.
Welcome to this podcast, especially when it's yours.
That was dumb, Kelly.
Well, no, it's the listeners.
Huh. Well, that was stupid. I marred that up with the putting that tape roll there.
Thematic sequence to this episode than we've had before. On this one, I thought it would be great to talk about some of the most notable or notorious terms that people have, because as I've progressed as I'm driving, I've noticed that if I get good at a term, I start having a portfolio of terms, and I can say, well, this one's just like this one, so I approach it the same way. So hopefully this will apply, and we're going to try to cover some of the more notable terms, and if anybody else has a term covered that's going to cause them problems, getting everything out, they could always write in through the Speed Secrets. But we thought we'd start with a list of 4 or 5 of these and see what we get. First one that comes up is the keyhole at Mid-Ohio. It's a 180-degree turn.
There's only one way to drive it.
I've never heard you say there's only one way to do anything, so I'm thinking you are not answering.
Well, no, there is only one way. There is only one way, the right way. Now, the right way can depend on a variety of different things, conditions.
Yeah, that was stupid.
I would say one of the things that makes Mid-Ohio so interesting and so challenging is I don't know of another track in the world that changes so dramatically with the conditions. And in the wet, it's mind-boggling where it isn't. But even, I've been there where in the morning you want to drive the keyhole one way, and then in the afternoon you want to drive it a very different way. And I'm going to say the two sort of classic ways of driving the keyhole is, the first one is
All right, finish the stripe on that. I am going to have Big Worm replace this whole front section. Couldn't cost that much.
one arc around to a late apex and the second, not quite as classic, but still very often used approach is more.
The cuts were just not good. Look at how that.
You come in, you brake, and you kind of almost brake on a little bit of an angle. And you come
This
in,
does not look good.
for some drivers, it's actually 2 apexes on the corner. And so there's you kind of angle across and you brake into the corner up to sort of a point of the diamond where you then change the direction a little bit more dramatically and then point it back to the second apex and drive it out of the corner.
So it's kind of a sharper double apex.
So the point of the diamond is a little sharper, but the advantage of that is if you come in on that classic line, like the kind of the slow in, fast out, and you brake straight up into the corner, and then you turn in
By overlapping that, though, I was able to make that look cleaner.
slowly a fair amount. And then from that point to the point where you can begin accelerating is actually quite long. So you spend a fair amount of time at a relatively slow speed
And whereas if you come in and use more of that diamond line, it's you know, the attitude is in fast, left at the middle, out fast. Whereas the classic line is more of a in slow, wait, out fast. And
You're in there for a while.
yeah, therefore, for a lot of cars, a lot of drivers, that more of a diamond line is better. And, you know, I was coaching this past year with the IMSA race, GT3 cars, and it actually was surprising to me the number of experienced, highly proficient, very good drivers who drove more of that classic in slow out fast and never really, you know, watching every lap of every practice session, never seen those drivers even attempt the other line. And the driver that I was coaching, you know, he had spent hours and hours and days on the simulator trying both of those lines. So we had a pretty good idea what was going to work when we got there. And when we got there, you know, went with the favorite that worked in the sim, and then someone was like, okay, got to try the other one, because there might be a time and place just traffic-wise where the other line works. And, you know, we ended up setting on, for the fast lap, this is the line you want, but it's good to know that you've got the other one as well. And if you run it enough times in practice, you know what that feels like as well. So,
is that line selection going to change whether or not the chicane is there?
yes.
Yeah, this whole front section, you know, I started there. I probably should have started at the back, learn how to do it better. But that's why I do things myself, learn and get better at it. Plus save $600 over Ford. I think on vinyl anyways, you can change it out in a few years, and because they do start to look bad after time.
Depending on how your car works as well. If your car, if you have a difficult time getting the car to change direction, to rotate at that tightest portion of
That's a tricky spot with this.
you may end up having to run a little bit more of that kind of a larger arc around the corner with a more of the classic style of line. And I'm sitting here going downside of the podcast is I'm moving my hands around and showing all these things, and nobody's getting it. So
I can't see it either. I can see your face, so don't worry.
I'm gonna you don't want to see that. But I think, you know, part of it depends if your car has a difficult time, or you as a driving style have a difficult time getting the car to rotate on that. Would lead you more to trying more of that sort of classic line of a slow in, larger arc in the very beginning line, and that might work really well. But if you know, if your car does change direction nicely, if you're good with the brake release, and you can get that car to come in there kind of release off as you're coming on that little bit of an arc, and then you get to the sort of the tip of the diamond, and you're hanging on the brakes just like to get the car to rotate. Now you're off the brakes and squeeze it back to power, and now you've got a in fast, out fast kind of a corner, as opposed to a in slow, then out fast.
So for those of you playing at home, if you were wishing we had done Madness instead of Keyhole, please let us know, because it's on the list too.
Oh, Madness is just playing Madness.
Exactly.
We will.
We Yeah. All right, let's travel across the country. We started off in the middle. Let's give our southern friends a little bit of attention. And the or 5 through 7. Which one do you think?
I'm pulling that one off.
So you're talking 10A, 10B at the end of the back straight, up over 11 and down through 12?
Yes. Or
Versus
5, which is right after the S's, through 6 and 7.
Right.
The back end.
Are you asking the question which is most important, or are you asking which has got? And by the way, I think what we're talking about here are, there are a lot of corners that are they're pretty standard, and they're pretty much. Most people are going to drive them pretty similar. The differences are very, very subtle, and we're talking about corners that I call our character corners. And character corners are the ones like the keyhole in Ohio where. There is no obvious, oh, you always do it this way or you always do it that way. And they are quite different in that way.
Oh, this one's a pain with this bar in the way.
Which one has more art or skill to it or opportunities to try and experiment? Because one thing I notice, a lot of people who do our sport, they can become repetitive and they just do it because they do it and they don't try anything else. And some of these terms, depending on the day, depending on the car, depending on your skill, there's 3 or 4 or 5 different ways to go through these.
That is a character track. Yeah, that's good. So
All right, I'm going to save these.
But 10B is really the start of a straightaway all the way to turn 1. And sure, there are some cars that have to have a speed adjustment for 12, but it's a small speed adjustment, and
All right, it's all done.
1 psi of pressure on the brake pedal for 1 foot to.
Okay, it's all done. Couple things in the intro. I talked about using a laser and trying that. I think it was a neat idea, and I thought I would try it because I have a laser. But the reality is, you're better off just using a tape measure and making lots of measurements back and forth. I actually used dry erase marker and marked on the car and then just wiped it off. Anyways, it turned out really great. Requires a lot of patience, so there's a couple spots where I made some small errors that I will only notice, but if I were being more patient, I wouldn't have made those errors. But the big long runs like the hood and the roof, they're really the easy part. It's these, that front section on right there and there. Getting that done is pretty tricky. So yeah, don't screw around with a laser. That was just a waste of time. The back turned out real nice. It's a really nice vinyl. I can't wait to get, I'm gonna polish the car and put a ceramic over the top of everything. It'll make that, not quite look like paint, but as close to paint as you can get. Anyways, turned out great.